Hello? Okay, let me check that I'm back. I am. Alright. I made a mistake. I was thinking I should probably fix it, and I... Yeah, okay. Alright, right back to it. Coin flip. So, heads, the vehicle steers in the direction that I look. Tails, the vehicle steers in the direction of my input. Okay, Google just didn't do the coin flip for me. Coin flip Google, please. Okay. Steer in the direction that I look. I don't like it. I'm still not positive. This is a difficult problem. This is a difficult problem. Direction I look, direction I steer. All right. There is another way, which is steering is based on the direction you're looking. Your input steer. What am I trying to say? Essentially, you get forward and backwards. But you can also press left and right, which accelerates in a given direction based on which way you're looking. So this is like tank controls, I guess. If you're looking 90 degrees off from the forward of your vehicle and you would press left, you would accelerate forward, right, in the direction your vehicle is looking. If you press right, you would decelerate backwards that way. If you press forward, you accelerate towards the direction, you accelerate and you steer in the direction you're looking. I guess the acceleration depends on which way you're facing. So essentially, if I'm looking more backwards, the acceleration is going to be a reverse acceleration. If I'm looking forwards, the acceleration is going to be a forward acceleration. So I could do that. That would be, I feel like that's a really intuitive way to have a driving control, because it operates more like a body. Because if I were just to walk around and just make this like that really quick. So essentially the idea is that like whichever way I'm looking is which way I go forward, right? But if I look this way and I press left, I go that way, right? So this is really essentially making the vehicle drive like you would walk, right? So if I'm like looking this way and I press forward and left, my vehicle is going to steer and accelerate this direction. Press right, press right, the vehicle is going to steer and go forward that way. Can I push this? No. I don't have mass. Apparently. That's a weird thing that's happening. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Like sticking to it. Does that happen on these walls? No, it doesn't happen on the walls. I guess if it's just a short enough wall, that's what happens. Does this vehicle do it? Or does this box do it? Why does this happen? Okay, weird. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I think the vehicle is still gonna operate based on these inputs. The vehicle is still gonna take an acceleration, a brake, and a steer. However, the player is gonna read in inputs from this, and yeah, essentially it's gonna be the same thing. It's just gonna be like move. Ah, I could have two. Okay. I think I'm going to do that because I feel like driving is a very... It's definitely like a niche thing in how vehicles control. I personally would really enjoy the tank controls where the vehicle tries to, you know, if you press forward, it's going to try to accelerate the direction you're looking. It's going to steer to where you're looking and then accelerate, right? Based on, I guess, whichever way is forward on the vehicle. But some people might really like the vehicle to just operate like, you know, maybe they're on a controller. So they want the vehicle just to turn with the thumbstick and accelerate and decelerate with the, what are they? The levers? Hammers? Whatever they call them. What are those? Triggers? Triggers? So yeah, let me actually make two different ones. I'm straight up gonna make two different control systems. I'll call this a vehicle tank, and then a vehicle, not in actions though. Vehicle realistic, I guess. So really I should actually rename this one to be vehicle realistic. Naming things really sucks. I can't use the arrow keys. So realistic, and then tank. Okay, so vehicle tank will, I mean, let me just make it an action. Maybe I won't reuse that one. Maybe I'll just reuse move. No, because the, well, yeah. I'll just use this. I'll just use move, I guess. No, I shouldn't do that. I should make it a different one for the vehicle. Because if I ever want to change it, then I would have to make a new one anyway. So let's call this drive. Drive. Access 3D. And then I'm basically going to copy how first person does this. So I have, what is that? Forward, left, back, right. If I move my mouse off it, it closes. Forward, left, back, right. And these are all, you'll notice the WASD keys. I just have a different setup so the graphic shows the real character that I'm typing. Right, so we have negate and then an input swizzle to ZYX or forward. And we have negate and then ZYX and then nothing. Cool. Okay, so we have vehicle realistic, steering, accelerating, reverse, and then vehicle tank, which just has drive. And since I know I want to have the actions in there, because this will, I mean, there'll be a reason for this. So I'll have honk, and then headlights. And then, what else can you do in a car? What else can you do in a car? I don't want to get too realistic with the gears. I mean, I could have so you can see, you could like turn on like blinking lights. You could do your windshield wipers, but I can't think of a good reason to have that. So I'll just leave it like this. So we got headlights. Headlights and honking, I think. Yeah. And I have no idea what is remappable or display name is really for. Hue. And then honking would be space, I think. That makes sense to me. Let's call it horn as the display name. Those two things will have a good reason. Headlights, I think, is pretty self-explanatory because you can drive at night. The horn is a very loud sound source, essentially as loud as a gunshot. Not quite as loud, but close to it. Zombies will be drawn toward sound sources. So definitely a theory that I would have, in fact, is you could hold down space, exit the vehicle, and the vehicle will stay honking its horn. And you could just leave it, and it will just keep going. So, I mean, actually, if I really think about it, you would use something to brace the horn, to force it to be continuously depressed. So it wouldn't just be like a glitch or something that you've done, is essentially the action I was thinking of, is you would just hold down space and then press exit. and that would leave the horn honking. You would have to like give up a long weapon or something. You'd have to like say pick your shovel, your shotgun, any of the rifles, either of the rifles, to brace the horn. And then you could leave that weapon in the vehicle while the horn is going, and now your vehicle is just a continuous source of noise that will draw a big crowd. And perhaps just to like make it useful, the horn would stop maybe after 2-3 minutes. It would stop on its own. I guess my thought is you would drive the vehicle near where there's a lot of zombies. You give it a weapon to brace the horn to have it continuously honk. And then you would run away. You wait for all the zombies to... Most of the zombies will, you know, wander over to the vehicle. There's a lot less near the area that you wanted to go to. You could still shoot your guns. The car, some might still be attracted back from the gunfire, but the car should be loud enough they will just stay next to it. Do whatever you're doing. And then the car would stop blasting after some time. And the zombies would just then start wandering away. Maybe they would even wander back to where they were before they got distracted. Or you could just walk up to your car where the zombies are and just start blasting into them while they're all distracted. And then go in and re-enter the car on your own. Yeah, I like that. How would I do that? Oh, I do need the interact button to exit the vehicle, right? So, new action, exit. Same button as that. What did I change in play? I don't think I actually changed anything. Oh yeah, I did. I added the control. But player will need the new input for sure. Or the new controls on it as well. So I wonder if what I could do is I would just hold space and press the exit key, and the game would probably pause and ask me, like, select a weapon to fix the horn. That would make sense. I feel like that's an intuitive way to do it. If you have the horn depressed, the horn button depressed while you try to exit, it could pop up a menu to ask you which weapon you want to leave. I think that makes sense. I'll do that. Okay, but I think those are all the controls that I need. So I don't need an action for the special thing where you leave the horn on. So let me go back here and add these actions. And that's also nice for your hand too, because you can press those keys at the same time very easily. Okay. Right, so those are all set up. So first thing I'll do is I'll just set up the realistic one because it's going to be way easier. That maps directly to how the script operates. I didn't mean to hit close all. Okay. Also, I get a feeling that didn't actually need to open that. I want to just open. Yeah, it just modified the one of those scripts because I hit save while it was open. It changed it from like tabs to spaces. I don't need to do that. Alright, let me go and put all the actions on the player before I commit this. This will just be kind of like a setup commit here. So I will need controls, I guess I can go and make these groups. Subgroup. First person controls, and then vehicle controls. So we accelerate, brake, I guess just not really brake, but reverse. Headlights. And then horn. I guess I'll just do honk. Nah, horn. Can't decide. So we're going to plug these all in. Those are all set. Accelerate. Drive. Brake reverse. Headlights. Horn. And then steer, of course. Cool. And then to open up vehicle base, so we have an acceleration, we have a, you know what, I mean, it's not really braking. Actually, there's kind of another function, because, yeah. Alright, if I really think about how the car works, you have the accelerator and you have the brake. You have to change your gear to reverse. So when you come to a full stop, so if you're driving, you have to come to a full stop by applying brake. And then once you've braked, you would do essentially change gear to reverse. And then you would use accelerate from that point on. Right? So let's let's do reverse to be a negative acceleration, although it's maybe a bit weird. And then steer. Yeah, steer is essentially just an angle from forward. So an angle left, an angle right, and steer. I might even just say that steer just instantly changes it to that value. Or maybe I just set it to a target. It goes to a target. How do I want to do this? Because it could set to a target and then interpolate to that target over time. And you could modify the parameters of that interpolation. So you could say, I want to reach the target with this kind of speed or something like that. Hey, Danilin. I am putting in the vehicle, but I'm trying to think about how controls are going to work. I plan to have two control sets. One where it's like tank driving, where it will accelerate in the direction you're looking. Or it will accelerate, it will steer in the direction you're looking and accelerate forward. And then a realistic one where you have to control the steering manually and you only have a forward acceleration. Because I know which one I would like to use, but I know that that's a really uncommon way to have controls for vehicles. Almost every game does the realistic one where you have to turn. To steer, you have to apply input. You can't just change where you're looking. Yeah, steering. Yeah, I'll just take an angle. I'll just say take a target angle. And then do vehicle controls like Twisted Metal? How do they do that? I don't even know how I would actually look that up without like watching a video of it. Can you just explain it succinctly, if possible? Also, today I'm actually not doing level blocking, so I'm going to take that off the title. This is just... very arcade, but feels good and isn't unnecessarily realistic. Is it kind of like how I've described, where wherever you're looking, the vehicle will try to accelerate in that direction? So if I'm looking this way and I like press left, the vehicle's gonna try to turn left and accelerate that way. And if I press forward, the vehicle's gonna turn forward and accelerate that way. Because I think I would call that tank controls. I feel like that's maybe a term people understand or use. Then you have like I think GTA and probably every Forza like racing simulation game. They go for the full like you press forward and your vehicle accelerates and then you have to steer it. I must download the game again so I can describe. Okay. Maybe I can just watch a video. Maybe I'll just try to find a video of some gameplay or something. And maybe I'll be able to tell how the control is just by watching a short video. Yeah, but I feel like I'll be able to tell just by watching a video. Okay. Is this the version, not the PS1 one? Yeah, okay. So what am I looking for? Alright, this one. Okay. So you, jeez. Alright, that's crazy. Wait, how is the vehicle turning like that? That's actually crazy. Did you see that? He was standing still and he was rotating. Oh, I went way too far back. Okay, so this one it looks like left and right apply a rotation to your vehicle, and then you just have the forward and backwards. That is different though. That is interesting. So I wouldn't really say this is like a, this isn't like a, it's not like how, that's like a totally different system than what this is. Because this has like the wheels are simulated, the vehicle has turning and things like that. This would just be like, you know, the vehicle goes forward and it rotates about its axis when you press left and right is what that looks like to me. I guess I'll watch a little bit more. Just to see. That looks nuts.
Vehicle health restored. Special available.
Was that just a giant like spike wheel that just ran over him? It is. Okay. I have not actually seen this game before, but it looks awesome. Oh my god. Yeah, that is really cool. I mean, I think the tank controls that I'm gonna come up with are gonna be pretty close to this, but this is weird. The controls are closer to like the realistic kind where you use your steering to point the vehicle because your camera's locked, right? Your camera's pretty locked in facing forward on the car. It of course has some limits. So when your car flips over like crazy, your camera doesn't follow that. It just watches the car. Yeah. That's my thought. If I actually like have this in the game, it'll be too fun. You wouldn't like jump out of your car to shoot with your guns. You would just stay in the car and just drive like this. I think these controls work really well for the type of gameplay that this is. That is really interesting though. This bit right here like really gave away how they do it. How they're doing this. Where was it? When he gets flipped over here, and I assume he like gets... I assume he like... He can't accelerate anymore or something. Yeah, that. It's not a racing game, it's a car battle game. Yeah. This is really cool. Saints Row the Third driving. I did play that game. I weirdly don't remember how the control works though. Let me look at that. Driving around. Steam screenshot taken. Yes, this is like GTA controls, which is what my realistic control scheme is going to do. You freely look the camera, but you have to press left and right to steer the vehicle, and it just accelerates in the direction that it's, you know, it just accelerates. The control scheme that I think I will leave as the default though, because I really like it, is just straight up how Halo CE does driving. I seem to just do the Warthog run. Although this is a really straight line, so you're not going to be able to see too much. Because this game, and it doesn't... Oh, it is there. This is on PC, so the icon is really small. But it shows your forward direction, which is the direction your vehicle will accelerate when you push forward. And they made the vehicle really slidey too. Hey, Cinestrikes. So I'm gonna have the controls for this and like how Saints Row and GTA does it. Because I want this. I want to play with this, but I know that this is not... Halo has like the... Oh, is the only game I can think of that does driving like this. Yeah, it's not a good showcase because you're driving in a straight line the whole time. But the thing that I really like about it is, what level is this? It would be... It's the first level on the ring. Is it just Halo? No. Is it just called Halo? I don't think it's called Halo. I'm gonna have to skip ahead. The level is called Flawless Cowboy. Yeah, you don't have left and right. You have forward and reverse. Okay, there's Halo music and Halo music playing on top of it. Let's pause that. I especially know this section in here. There's a lot of turning. I mean, this is the first time they give you the Warthog, so they like make you they make you train with the Warthog on like a really, I guess I can't say a difficult course, but just, you know, doing sharp angles to give you a good feeling for how it handles.
Tactical data on unencrypted channels. We should show them who they're dealing with. Master Chief, I'm going to use your suit's transcom system to monitor their chatter.
But I don't think, maybe it won't work so well. It works better in the tank. I don't think you get a tank in CE, do you? Do you get a tank in CE? No, I don't think so. Twisted Metal for the PS2. Story so much had to be censored. That sounds pretty good. This right here, what he's doing right here, I especially like how it feels driving the Warthog like this. You essentially do a 180 and the, like, you know, the vehicle spins out, but it keeps itself going the direction you're looking. They do make it really slidey though. I feel like the vehicle has to be that slidey to work with this control. What level do you get the tank on? Really? What's really? The Twisted Metal story being censored. I know about the bridge, but that's not any, you don't turn the tank there. What level? There's definitely, I think there's definitely a level where you have a tank. Do you want to put driving in your game? Yeah, there needs to be driving. The map is big enough for it. Is it just Delta Halo? Just the first level? Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Wasn't it a horror game? Yes. Well, not really a horror game. It's a scary game, but it's more about killing zombies. A game can still be scary with driving. I guess I can just do anniversary. They gave it to you pretty early, don't they? Yeah, right after this.
I'll need to rekey the system.
Do it and find out where we are.
What is this?
Sorry for the
Oh, is he accessing a terminal? That's what that is. Okay. Don't need to watch the terminal.
good. Bridge is down. Now about those brakes.
Roger that. Armor's on the way.
Wait, why does he take the ghost? Oh, wait, do you not... Really? They gave you a tank here. The tank, there's a pelican right there dropping off the tank. Are you serious? Do you have a radio in the game? I haven't thought about that. I guess it would be cool if if I have multiplayer, but I'm not. I'm thinking about multiplayer while I make it, but I'm not going to do multiplayer right away. Why does he not take the tank? That is so weird. Is it a multiplayer? Yeah, I'm making it so that I'm making sure that whenever I make certain decisions, I consider multiplayer. So I'm not setting myself up where I have to do something really drastic to fit multiplayer into the game. Because I would like to. If it does well, like single player, and I can continue working on it, multiplayer is definitely the next thing I would put in there. Before like any other additions to the game. Dude. Gameplay, no commentary, and he doesn't take the tank. Yeah, so what he's doing right now, when he's going forward there, he's pressing left to accelerate in that direction. This is my idea for the tank controls for the vehicle. Essentially, when you press forward, it's gonna steer to look where you're looking. And then left and right can actually apply. I guess essentially what it does is it takes a vector. It computes how similar that is to your vehicle's forward vector, and it applies some steering and some acceleration based on that. So if your input vector is really close to the forward, it just applies acceleration with no steering. Almost died to the one Banshee. Yep. But this one actually has the, because of the treads, each, what is it? Each wheel is actually, or each corner, I guess. They wouldn't really need to go that serious. They would just have the left side and the right side can accelerate in different directions. So this does allow you to have that. I won't go that far. But you can get that turn in place effect with this one if you were just to essentially like turn to the left, turn your camera to the left, and then press forward, your vehicle will just kind of rotate in place, or the tank rotates in place. Okay. So you don't have a radio in the game? Not right now. But if I were to do multiplayer, that would be a great idea. I would prefer radio over just having like a global like global sound. Oh, music? I should. I was thinking last night about who the character is, and I had a really cool idea. Like, he gets infected, actually. And maybe this is just like the Doom guy. He's just too angry to die. So he doesn't actually lose. He becomes a zombie. But he doesn't, like, fully die. So he becomes a zombie who goes around killing other zombies. Which would explain a part of how I plan to keep the player contained. Which is just that when you wander too far into the mountains, a guy just starts shooting at you, and he's really accurate, and he's going to kill you really quickly. But you could shoot back and kill him first. And then I don't know what I would do if you actually escape the map. Maybe play a game over screen or something, or like a win or whatever. Okay, that was a lot of that was a lot of distraction there, a lot of talking. Why did an environment change? It should not have. Oh, the music is playing right now? Yep, it is. I added a couple Dark Souls songs. I will be adding more. This was all that I added for now, though. Yep. I'm on the last boss on Dark Souls. No, wait. Okay, no, it's not Dark Souls. I think I was playing Dark Souls 2. Never mind. I have not played the first one. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to open world so I can save it and get rid of this dumb thing that's changed. Apparently it still wants to change. Can we be serious? Can we be serious? Alright, it's gone. Peak Souls 2. Yeah, on Dark Souls 2, I'm at the boss door of the last boss in the game. Which is funny because that's also where I'm at in Elden Ring. I'm at the last boss on both games and I just haven't beaten them. Oh, it's the path that changed. Okay. Interact equals null. That's a problem. Interact is still null. Okay. Why do I have to hit save like several times for it to... Oh, because I'm doing staged. Duh. Okay. No op. What is it? Add no op. Okay. Cool. So just gonna be coding now for a bit. How does this happen? Where is this saved? Where is this saved? I didn't touch any of these files. I didn't open these files. I cleared the cache. This is open again. What is going on? Why? Why does this happen? Why is it only cabin textures that keeps opening up? Is it something in these folders that's causing that to happen? Because, no, even interpolation keeps opening now, too. Why? Why did shader open? Because I close these every time, and they keep opening back up. A player can be open, these actually make sense. Alright. So... what parameters will I have? I think the first thing that will make the most sense is... yeah, I'm going to spend today working on the vehicle, actually. I'm not going to be trying to do it quick. So, steering is a special thing that I want to make sure is good, because I don't want to make it easy to oversteer. When I was playing the demo, oversteering was happening a lot. And it was pretty much because your input would turn the wheels to their maximum rotation at any speed. There should essentially be I'm assuming this is a real force. Maybe I shouldn't assume it's a real force, but in games it seems like there's definitely a force keeping your wheels pointed straight, depending on your speed. So if you're moving really fast, and you apply full input to turn any direction, you're going to have a very small turn. If you're stationary and you apply that full turn and you accelerate, you're going to spin really, you're going to turn very quickly. Right. I just don't know how to make this, how do I set this up as a parameter? Will it be like a curve? Would I say like, define like a lower and an upper bound, so below some speed we accept the full, we will steer all the way to the target. If we're above some speed, we apply some, or not even if we're above some speed, but we play a curve that goes from some speed to another speed to a higher speed, where the amount of steering control you have decreases. So say you can turn the wheels 40 degrees at a standstill. I might say at some high speed that drops to maybe 10 degrees. Your maximum target can be 10 degrees. How would I want to set up that curve though? Would I set it up as, what is it? I think exponential easing is what I would do. Right? Is that right? Exponential easing? Attenuation or in out? No, I want to do a curve how I do... I deleted that. I got rid of that. It probably is in out, I think. I mean, I can look at the documentation to know. That's not the one that I meant. Okay. Was it on here? Was it listed on here? GD script export properties. Positive only. Greater than 0. They have... I think it's... There's an image for this that they have. They have an image for this. Actually, it's probably linked here, I bet. No, it's not. Where do they do this? I think the ease function, they link to it. Yeah, okay, this is what I want. Because I would just plug in whatever value they put in here. Right, between -1 and 0 is the inverse to ease in out. And then so yeah, essentially I would be able to, I think I give this as a curve, and then I say the lower bound and the high bound on speed. And then you would also give the percentage of steering that you maintain. I think. So steering curve, 0 is linear, right? 0 is constant, 1 is linear. And then I think I say attenuation, which will just invert it horizontally. So instead of going up, it's going to go down, which will make more sense visually. Okay, so I will have I guess a max steer angle. One second. Be right back. I'm back. It was nothing. Yeah, max steer, I guess 90 is probably the limit, but I guess it can allow you to go over that value. As vehicle speed increases. Let me do a group for this. I guess just steering. This will be I guess a minimum steer, like a steering what is this? I guess just minimum. Okay, and then radians as degrees. I forgot that. Steering limit at high speed, and then I would give the speed that this happens at. I guess I give what I would like to do is to specify where the steering curve starts to happen and where the steering curve stops. Maybe that's just too many numbers to tune, because I have to make sure that one is smaller than the other. Yeah, let me have a lower and a high, a low and a high bound for the steering. I keep thinking about this, and I feel like maybe it's time to use this. Use it. They have. I need to save this. It's a certain way that it displays. The particle systems use this for some parameters. Let me find that. Okay, well, not there. Somewhere here is particle. There it is. Process material. This. And they have a curve. This would actually be great, just to use this. A minimum and a maximum, and then a velocity, minimum and a maximum, like that. So how do they do this? Internal property, initial velocity. Ooh. Internal property angle. Is this where I have to use that property list thing that I have so far avoided using? Yeah, these all say internal property. Actually, does that mean it's not? I don't know. I guess I'll just look for this. Alright, I've got to take the dog out. What is it? It's a particle processor? Particle process material. cool it is just code. And it's just resource. Add property. Define add min-max property. Property range parameter name is nothing. Oh, they have it way out here. So be angle add min-max property and then angle curve. Property range parameter name. In property min. There's like nothing special here. Add property I. Min-max properties insert. So do they run through this for the property list? Okay, I gotta take the dog out. I will be back. I'm back. So how do they set this up? Because they do this. And I was thinking I could find where it's used, but I guess not. What do they do this? Why? It's a vector 2. Property hint range on a vector 2. Is that all I have to do? I have to say it's a range? Property usage editor, property usage internal. So when they do this with the angle, they say and this just say there's a parameter for a min and a max. I don't know, I just get the weird feeling that I can't just type it in like that. Anchor, what does this mean? Because I guess the idea is I would just type in it, export range, and then make it a vector 2. Max. I guess I can just say 100, and then whatever here. Steering, speeds, vector 2. But vector 2 was given instead. Right? They just make it a vector 2 and they say it has property hint range. I guess I have to do custom then. Say export custom. Range, hint string. It would just be a match of whatever this is. So the min, the max, the step, and that. And then I could say like suffix meters per second. The min, the max, the step, or greater, suffix meters per second. Does this work? No, I don't get that slider. Does it have a requirement to be that I just missed something? Do I have to say usage internal, usage editor, usage internal? Is this what I can do? I just do those. Does this trigger it? So I guess I could say and what do these say? They have nothing, just a range. And they do say min and max. No. How do they get theirs to look like that? I would love for mine to look like that. Let me just try looking that up. Editor inspector plugin handling specifically. Damn. That's funny. Okay, I guess I don't get that. So can I have like a custom? Could I just say minimac? Do it all, make your decision? What decision do I need to make? Can I make it so this, I need your judgment, fears, and ambition? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Can I change these from saying X and Y to being something else? Can I do that? I mean, this is already definitely better. Making it a slider. Delete it all, let it... What? I don't understand this. I don't know what's happening. Doesn't let me go under. That's not good. Oh well. Yeah. What? Yeah, what? Where was this? How am I... Where was this? I was at export. How did I get back here? Was I not actually on the export custom? I thought I was here. I mean, the materials needed for the game, not all of it, but the important ones. That's good. I just have grid. Grid texture. Min, max, step. Or greater or less. Why does it allow me to go under 0? Min, max, step, or greater, and I don't say anything else. Whatever. I guess I should just do if value. Yeah. Okay, does that work immediately? No. Maybe I have to hit reload scene. What? Does this have to be a tool to do that? Why is it not changing that? Maybe I actually can't change it. Maybe I have to do... Right, I'll do this. Because I feel like this should be updating in the editor. It definitely should. Definitely should be updating there when I'm doing this. If y goes below x and I need to set x to be y. If x goes above y, then I need to set y to x. Does this work? I don't understand. What? What is not understandable? Okay, cool. It's not letting me... Now this is really weird. It's like it's hard locked. If I change y... Oh, wait. If x goes over y... Y has to become X. I did it the wrong way around. Level design. Look at some levels. I don't know. I'm changing y. Let me write it around like this. If I'm changing x, and x goes over y, set y to be x. I'm changing y. Y goes under x, set x to be y. That's what I want to do. Well, thanks. There's a lot of stuff to talk about there with level design. The best way is to just literally overanalyze levels. And I think I'm serious when I say overanalyze. A lot of small things that you don't think were decisions were decisions. And now it doesn't operate at all. I'm changing y. If y goes under x, set x to be y. That worked. If x goes over y, that's why that was being weird. Okay. Alright, awesome. The sliders work how I want them to work. Great. Why do you like Linux? Because it's not Windows. I like Linux because I really don't like Windows. So far. What distro do you use? I have Arch Linux. I have Hyperland for the window manager. And then I think that's like kind of the big two things. Because Arch Linux doesn't come with anything. Doesn't come with that. It doesn't come with the window manager. As far as I'm aware, it's pretty much just Linux with a few extra things that you probably would always need. Okay, so that works. I like the slider. The max and the min. Arch, yes. My, you'll see here, the name of my computer is Arch BTW. Also, just noticed I don't have the task text up. I missed that. What kind of shell is that? This is called Alacrity. Like this. Yep. I need to document this. So, we call it curve boundary. You're not going to release on Windows. It will be on Windows. The good thing about Godot is I don't have to think about that at all. I would literally just like click, what is it? I click export and I click Linux and I hit export and then I click Windows and then I click export and that's it. And in theory, it should run precisely the same on both platforms. There may be some bugs between the two, but then that's something I can figure out. Okay, I'm kind of hungry. I've just been eating this food that I have here. I'm just gonna take a short pause and eat that. I mean, I can't hear you in the first place. I just read. Where is this? I thought this was on here. I'm confused. OS version. Oh. Tough. Although it is really funny that Arch is so high, because I'm pretty sure Linux Mint was the #1 Linux version, I think. And Arch was not near the top at all. And now Arch is at the top, but people are leaving it. I am back. What's happening? Now he is gone. Use art. What do you do with art? Use TCP dump to make games? Okay. I have not done that before. No use for game dev? I disagree. See what I'm doing right here? That helps me develop games faster than on Windows. That alone is honestly why I will stick with Arch, or not Arch, but just Linux and this window manager over Windows. Okay, fall off curve. Ease in, ease out. Ease in, out. Ease out, in. We're talking about Trump? Okay. I mean, you realize like I have a window open that I can see chat in. I don't just like, I don't see the message for like 1 second and then it's gone forever. I don't have anything reading them out to me. I know, brother. I mean, I didn't say you were. Just playing along with the joke. Steering. These should probably not be 0 values though. 40 minimum. I mean, I want to say 10, but I feel like 10's pretty high. Let me do 5. Okay. And then I need... My thought is essentially like a steering acceleration. So if your target doesn't match the current steering, you accelerate with some speed. Or you just accelerate. No, I should probably just do like... an interpolation. No, what would I have? Because I can't just snap to it. Let me go to the demo. They do something. That looked like it was functioning nicely. So I want to see what they have. Vehicle. So they set a target. Really, they just use move toward. Will not go past. Will not go past 2. So they just move at a constant speed. I don't know, I think I really want to do like some kind of... The issue with the interpolation is that if I'm like tapping left and right rapidly, what happens? Or not even that. If I have tank controls, my steer target is going to constantly be changing. It's going to go up to like the maximum steer, and then as I straighten out, it's going to come down to 0. But if I'm just like pressing, if I'm going forward and I just press left, I suddenly apply like a maximum target, right? So how do I interpolate to that? I don't know. I think I just do a very simple thing that they were doing. They just move to it at a constant speed. So let me honestly put this in here. Minimum, a maximum. And then steering speed, I guess. Same thing, it'll be essentially in degrees per second. So if my maximum is 40, I feel like it should probably take maybe a quarter of a second or less, maybe a fifth of a second to reach that point. So if it was 40 degrees in a fifth of a second, I mean, I think I should just be 40 over 0.2, right? So 200. What's like 360, I guess. Radians as degrees, and then the suffix is going to be this degree symbol. I need to copy that though. Maybe I should say 180, not 1800. 180. Alright, so I think that's all the steering that I want. The minimum steering limit at high speed. Minimum and maximum doesn't really make sense for this one. Should probably be like, I guess I'll just call this high speed limit. Yeah. Now, I just have like top speed. How does acceleration work? Engine force. Essentially what I think I want to do is I want to have the top speed and acceleration, and then some additional like acceleration that says, I guess just simulating how, you know, engines really function, which they run at some rate, and then as you press the accelerator, it drives the wheels, and then the amount of force that the engine can apply increases as you accelerate. The engine essentially just starts running faster. Actually, what stops your car from accelerating? What prevents the engine from? Because if this is measured as just engine force, just a constant force is being applied to accelerate you, that means you could accelerate forever. Is it just wind? Is it just wind that stops you? Or like air friction? I guess some ground too. I guess my thinking is I would have an acceleration curve that says how much of our maximum engine force can we apply based on our current speed. At a low speed, it's really low engine force, and then at a high speed, or like a moderate speed, it increases to its maximum. And then once you're approaching your top speed, the engine force starts decreasing. So essentially go back to zero, so we're not accelerating anymore. I guess I could set like another curve for the engine speed or the engine force as your speed increases. Then set some time that's like time to maximum engine speed. So and perhaps that would have a curve attached as well. So you can say it takes 10 seconds to reach your maximum engine force, and here's the curve for that. All right, that seems good to me. Actually, this shouldn't be that. This should be like kilometers per hour. That's a better. It's a better value that we actually use. Just say 100. The top speed, and acceleration time in seconds. Actually, how do I apply this? If I have the acceleration time, I guess I would just track a value between like 0 and 1. And while I'm accelerating, I increase. Yeah, while I'm accelerating, I would follow this curve to increase my speed, or to increase the engine force. Yeah, I guess I like approximate gears. And then this would be an exponential easing function. What does in out mean? I guess I'll put down in out just to see what that changes. I don't really know what that changes though. Engine. I guess this is just a force curve. What does this do? Or what does it look like? In out. I think that's just the default, so I don't have to say that at all. I think that just is the default. Okay. So essentially what I would have to do is I would have to take Um, I'm trying to think of how I would do this. Because I really want this to be a point. Essentially, this curve is stretched out over 10 seconds. And I'm tracking a timer that increases while you're accelerating. And it marks essentially the point of our force. But when I stop, what happens when I come back? Do I go linearly down? Do I drop my acceleration time? So if I curve out like this, and I've been accelerating for like 10 seconds, and then I release, do I really have to wait until like 5 seconds before I start dropping the engine force? I think it should fall off like linearly. So whatever I'm at, maybe not. Maybe that's not how this works. Maybe this is like my approximation of years. So if I'm up here, yeah, I mean I guess that seems right to me. Yeah, okay, this seems right. I would essentially treat this as being expanded out to like my acceleration time, and when I stop accelerating, I drop this number. So if I release for 10 seconds, I mean actually I guess not, right? No, yeah, that's not right. I think I need a different kind of curve. What happens when you're at like a high speed and you take off the gas? I feel like if you're at a high speed and you release the gas, you don't just coast. You feel like you suddenly start decelerating quite quickly. But then you can kind of coast for a long time. The engine forces, or that stuff is kind of tied to how fast your wheels are turning, I would think. So it's more like you're bound to... this might not be right. I might need an acceleration time, an acceleration rate, and then a force curve that's bound to your speed. So between 0 and 100. Between 0 and your top speed. Right? So the x-axis here is from 0 to 100. The acceleration time would be a different kind of curve. Okay. Time taken to reach maximum acceleration. Force curve. And how would I do this? If this is from 0 to 100, I would have to start, this number would actually have to start coming down too. So it would kind of be like this mirrored, I think. So once I'm at like 50 miles per hour, then I start dropping down. Or 50 kilometers per hour. I start dropping down to 0 as I reach 100. Or maybe I just apply some strong force opposing engine force when you're very close to the top speed. Or after the top speed. Because this is what I say down here. Engine force drops rapidly beyond this point. I guess I could just have a fall-off curve. I'm not sure about this. I feel like there's not an intuitive way to say what happens to your engine when you reach your top speed. Let me go to the demo, just check something. Because it may be that there's already enforcement of a top speed. Or just some subtle thing, like friction. Is this still muted? Good. Okay, so I'm just gonna go in a straight line and see what happens. Oh, it is slowing down now. Is it slowing down? I'm looking at the acceleration. It is capping out. Actually, it's definitely obviously slowing down. But I'm not sure what's stopping me. What is preventing me from accelerating at this point? It looks like the top speed is like 50. So I'm still approaching it. Am I going to reach 50? Am I going to pass 50? It really seems like I'm not going to reach 50, actually, with how suddenly this has stopped. That took like several seconds to go up 0.1. Yeah, I should never reach 50. Is it just a coincidence that I'm so close to 50? I want to see if it can go up to 0.8 though. Okay, I'm at the end of the world. Tough. Alright, so what stopped me? Did anything stop me? This just adds force constantly. My engine force is not 40. It is something a lot higher than that. 2800. Is this like a weight thing? Is there... What prevented me from reaching my top speed? Or just what prevented me from accelerating constantly forever? Weird. I'm not sure. If I were to greatly increase the engine speed, what happens? I'm going to be very careful. Okay, I've gone way past 50 very quickly. I feel like there's definitely a certain speed where things start to break. I'm just moving too fast. It's definitely a speed where I thought I would spin out very easily, but I did not. Yeah, there's obviously like some kind of force that keeps your wheels straight at a high speed. If this physics simulation is accurate enough. Because I applied the full speed, the full angle, and it just didn't turn at all. Hmm. This is pretty fun though, going at this really high speed. Just ramping. Okay. Is it friction? If I set friction to 0, and go back to like my value that I had before, will I continuously accelerate? I think I have a value lower than what I said before. I don't think it was exactly 2000. I think it was a bit higher than that. But it looks like I'm already kind of capping out, I think. So what's stopping me? Why am I slowing down? Yeah. Why? What's slowing me down? Is it just gravity pulling me into the ground? Is that what's slowing me down? So maybe what I do is not do a top speed, just have like an engine force value and then some acceleration up to that value. I say some acceleration. As you're accelerating, we approach our maximum force value over some curve. And that value relative to your mass seems to determine, no matter what, a top speed. Okay, that's good to know. I thought I was going to have to say, like, all right, we're done accelerating, set our engine force to 0, and then we would just coast. But that is not how it works. It would be nice to be able to set a top speed, though. And I could just have some kind of rudimentary calculation while it's running, using its mass and its engine force to figure out roughly what I think the top speed should be. Let me look at the wheels real quick. So yeah, I don't see anything here about like how much force it imparts to the ground, except for just what comes from driving. Okay, I'm gonna go look at their code and see if I can see if there's anything there about how I might be able to figure out, go from a top speed to an engine force, essentially, given the weight. I think it's all here. I think this contains the wheels too. Yeah, this is all vehicle wheel. Rotating matrix. Do the wheels actually rotate? I guess I didn't pay attention to that. Maybe they do. I would honestly kind of hope that they do. Rolling friction. Moves us to 0 relative velocity. Max impulse. What is this contact point? Okay, apparently not there. Not there either? Oh, here it is. Okay, it just has a body state. What is max impulse? How do we determine max impulse? Is it raycast? Is that what gives this? Returns a real type. Contact point. What? Is it the wheels? So body state changed. Tells every wheel to update. Updates friction. Yes, the wheels. If I were to add more wheels, does that make me go faster? Velocity, linear velocity, angular velocity. Apply impulse. Each wheel gets the impulse on that wheel. Raycast info, suspension force, and step. This is a suspension force. Relative position for each wheel. The velocity is just just getting it at the wheel. Forward. What does this do? I think update wheel is where, must be where state is modified. Update wheel transform. Okay. State. Where does the motion come from? Update wheel, raycast. Does this do it? I don't see it. Didn't mean to click that. Okay, nothing happened. Good. Is it friction? Does friction do this? Somewhere it has to take in the engine speed, or the engine force. Is that just what I need to look for? Engine force? I mean, it should be something that reads this value. What? Oh. It's spelled like this. Rolling friction. Ah, wow. It just literally applies. Really? Forward impulse. Rolling friction. If raycast is in contact, if engine force is not 0, apply the engine force as friction. Otherwise, compute a friction. Forward impulse. Maximum impulse squared. I'm starting to get the vibe that North Korea isn't a very welcoming place. It's definitely not. You definitely don't want to go to Korea. What is this? If raycast info is in contact, we just compute our rolling friction here, and then, which is really funny because I feel like this could just be up here. I don't understand this. This is really weird. Write it up here and then just bring this up here. Okay. Impulse squared. Is this a thing where you reach such a high speed that you start, the wheels actually are sliding? And that's what prevents you from reaching, from just accelerating forever? Is it this? I would compute when we are sliding. Forward impulse. It would be really nice, but I feel like this is a complicated calculation. It's not, I mean, to say it's not something so easy to derive. Because I saw up here, this also counts friction, or suspension. Max impulse is the suspension force times the step. Times the friction slip. Then we take our forward impulse. We compute an X and a Y. Yeah. Maybe it's not so hard to compute, actually. Because it just looks like suspension force times the slip. This one is a bit weird, though. The step. I guess these are relative terms, so I would just take this and multiply it by 1. And that would give me these values. This is really weird. You just compute max impulse and a side impulse is the same value. You write that as, you write the rolling friction, so then you read it here times the forward factor. Oh, what is forward and side factor? Really? These are not parameters? Oh, okay. So this is just the same thing that we wrote. And then side impulse. Where do we write side impulse? Can I just say that side impulse is 0? Would that make sense? I think so. I guess I just compute the impulse squared. Suspension force times 1 times the friction slip. Square that. Multiply it by forward factor, which is just 1. Or our current speed, rather. So x would be our current speed. And then essentially once we exceed our once our current, I guess per wheel, really. Does this really mean that having more wheels? No, it doesn't, because you still would reach, because these are constant per wheel. I guess I need to make sure that rolling friction. Rolling friction is engine force times step. Okay. Gosh, this is really, should I do this? Or should I just set an engine force? I feel like it's way more... I feel like it's way more intuitive to set out top speed. And I can just make some kind of guess based on some algorithm. Whenever you set it. You know, compute max engine force or something. Okay, I'm gonna start plugging this in. Actually, maybe I can look this up. Godot. See if anyone's already gone through the math. Someone just like noted it or something. Maybe this contains some kind of... Okay. Hmm. It was like suspension or something. I'm just gonna search this directly and see if there's... Because I know I can derive all this. Yeah, they're just computing air resistance as the top speed. but I'm limited by ground friction. Tire size. This stuff is like, yeah. This is essentially an analog for engine force. But this one uses wheel size, width, and height ratio, which I guess is the thickness of your wheel. Is this a game? This is a game. This is a game, isn't it? Yeah. Is this? What is this? Is this it? What is this? This is all like an analog for engine power, or the engine force. This is computing the maximum RPM, the gear ratio, essentially computing how quickly do your tires turn, divided by this crazy large number, and then times 60. I guess that's seconds or something. All right. I guess I'll just go through it and see if I can compute it or not. Because if I can get from mass and a desired top speed, get a engine force that a maximum engine force, because it's definitely the case that the tires slip at that high speed, which is probably a bit unrealistic actually, that the tires slip. Because that's exactly what's happening. That's why I get so fast and I turn to the side and I just don't turn. But I do start, you know, I start sliding, or not sliding, but I stop accelerating in that direction because my tires aren't pointed that way anymore. Yeah. All right. So I guess what I just do is I start defining the parameters. Yeah, so this is the value that I would get back. So essentially I would do some calculation that I would vary engine force, and the output is top speed. And then from that formula that I get, hopefully I would compute the correct thing. As in, I would just go back into that simulator, copy the values from my calculator, and compute what my top speed should be, and see if I at least land somewhere very close to that. Okay. So I'll just say rolling friction would be the engine speed. So I'll just say Um, I guess I'll just call it F. F, right. One sec, gotta close the window. So then I would compute some maximum. So essentially I get my suspension force and my friction slip. So these are two values that I put in there as my suspension force, friction slip. And I believe wheel suspension force is pretty simple. It's just okay, maybe it's not. Huh. So the number of wheels will affect it, actually. Because I'm assuming suspension force is taking in, this is how the weight comes in. It's taking in the weight pressing down on the suspension. Which is why in some games like GTA, this might be why. When you turn up the gravity, your car's acceleration is really, really high. Because it's basing your, essentially your force that you're putting on the ground tied to the force that your suspension is under. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Gotta take the dog out again. standing now. Okay, so I was thinking about this. I got myself a drink and a snack. Yeah, I was more just thinking about the idea of how I'm computing these values. So this suspension force, I'm guessing what I would do is I would compute, I have to compute this value from the mass, the number of wheels, and the suspension parameters of each wheel. It's a little bit too high. Right? So how do I compute that? Well, first of all, I definitely know I'm going to have these values in here. I'm going to have a M for mass. I'll just start this at 1,000 kilograms. 0 to whatever. I don't know, 10,000. Mass. I will do notes. I have a number of wheels. Should be 4. No more wheels. I will have G, which will be gravity. So then I think I should be able to, yeah, someone update suspension. Something like that. Vehicle wheel update. If we are in contact. Rest length position. I guess I'm looking for the suspension impulse value, so I should just search for that. Oh, wait, I scrolled past it. This. Now it feels like it's, wait, it's still too high. Okay. Is it pulling back? It might be pulling back. Okay, so the result is force time mass. Force is computed as spring and damper. Suspension relative velocity. So I guess I know that I know the value of some of these things. Essentially assuming like a perfect circumstance. There's no suspension happening. I'm just at whatever is like the perfect length or something. How do we set these suspension? How does the length go down when... Suspension rest length. I don't think this is a value you can set. Oh, here it is. The The distance in meters the wheel is lowered from its origin point. Don't set this to 0. And move the wheel into position. It said, move the origin point of your wheel to the position the wheel will take when bottoming out. Then use the rest length to move the wheel down to the position it should be when the car is in rest. Okay. So it'll just be rest length, is that right? It applies force as it travels down. As it contracts, it applies the stiffness force up to the maximum. Where's the max force? Would I just say it's at rest length? Current length, suspension length, rest length. Zero is what I'm getting. Force is 0. Is it really going to be at 0 though? Wouldn't it be slightly rest? So 0. That can't be right. Right, because this comes from, yeah, max impulse. Suspension force 0. Yeah, you need the mass to pull you into the ground so that you actually have grip, because otherwise you're definitely slipping, right? So suspension force has to be some value. We could be wrong. Always possible. Oh man, this might be way harder than I thought. Because I got a feeling the suspension length is... Yeah. So... Okay, I've got it. Alright. So... I know how much force is pulling down. It's newtons, right? So 1,000 times gravity. That's literally the force applied to the wheels. So the force per wheel would be divided by this number. So let me just say F per wheel will be a function of nothing actually. It will be the mass times gravity divided by, I guess the mass divided by wheels. Right? So my per wheel force is 2,400 newtons of force. So this means some amount of compression is going to happen. So I compute when I compute, oh, that's actually just the force. No, that's the value I'm looking for. Let me double check though. I think that's just the force I'm looking for. Where did I go? Here we are. Right, here we are. Okay. I'm looking at suspension length. I want to go to force. Okay. So when these two equal out, that's when the vehicle's sitting still and it's not bouncing, right? Now this, I need to know if the force, I mean, I should just know that the force comes out to that same value, right? This is the suspension force. It is the mass times the individual suspension. So as long as the wheels can support the car, the amount of force they're imparting onto the ground is, which I guess this is what this is really computing, is the force imparted onto the ground. Yeah, right. Because if each wheel is applying more of this force upward, if I look at, that's literally what's happening here, right? If the suspension force is greater than the maximum force, then it's the maximum force. So where gravity's pulling us down, right? Because this is a rigid body, it's always essentially applying downward force due to gravity. And then we're always applying an opposite force from the suspension. So yeah, this is the value. Suspension force is equal to this. Okay. So this would be times 1 times the friction slip. So I guess it needs to be a value. What's friction? What's the like typical math letter for friction? Really? Is it really F? Okay. Sure, I guess I'll just say F for friction. Started at 2 to like 10, I guess. So this is the average. Wow, I really butchered that. Average friction slip of wheels. So this actually this can be an average because every wheel, the back wheels could have a lower friction value, but it should average out. It should be able to average out. I can compute it individually per wheel and then get a really exact value, but yeah, essentially this is going to be the point at which, I mean, at least I'm thinking that the reason why I slow down is because I start slipping, right? Okay. Let me mark this. This is the, nope. The suspension force per wheel. So then I need a maximum impulse. Okay. I think we'll just be force per wheel times F. Right? The step we can just assume is 1. So then this is X. This is a rolling friction. Yeah, and exactly as I thought. We essentially multiply it by this value. Skid info. I think this resets it to 0. No. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it sets it to 1. And then it sets it to 1. Yeah, this function has been mutilated for sure. We set it to 1, and then we set it to 1, and then we multiply it by this factor, which is max impulse of the square root of impulse squared. And impulse squared, the square root of that. So this essentially just comes out to be x. So this force over x max impulse over x is our factor. Then we multiply that by okay, this all feels a bit weird, but I'll go with it. I'll just write it all out as it's written and then simplify it. So my rolling friction is engine force. Right? So rolling friction is E times, well, it's just engine force times 1, right? Rolling friction is engine force. Yeah. Just X, I guess. Maximum impulse or slipping. Is it correct to consider the wheels here? It might be wrong. I'm not sure. It might be wrong to consider the number of wheels. Instead, yeah, I'm going to say I don't consider the number of wheels. Because I would essentially just take... I'll leave it. And I'll simplify it later if it can be. Okay, so my forward impulse, okay, so first of all, I consider my skid factor is going to be essentially just literally factor because we set it to 1, which is really funny that we do this. We set it to 1, then we multiply this by this value, which is maximum impulse divided by the square root of the impulse squared. So, the slip factor, skid factor, is equivalent to maximum impulse, which I computed here, divided by x, whatever. Right, okay. And only if okay, this is a bit weird now. Only if impulse squared is greater than maximum impulse squared, which is wait, so this just starts at 1? So the value on the bottom starts getting larger. That's what happens. Impulse squared. Why do they write like this? This is really confusing me. This starts at 1. And then I thought this value would be going under. Starting at it starts at 1, it gets smaller. Okay, that's right. Yeah. It starts at 1 and gets smaller. Okay? So this would be essentially 1 when x is less than I of m. I think that's how I write it, or is it a semicolon? Is it a colon? Is it the other way around? I think it's actually the other way around. Right, okay. 1. And then otherwise it is I m over x. Okay. So I will do you just try typing like 10 1. Right, so this is what happens. Okay. Right? That makes sense. Although this would be like, I don't have any function. Can I do A? I'll just do X, I guess. All right. This is the slip factor for wheel. So then essentially I take this is in kilograms meter squared. Meter per second. Meter squared. So essentially then we just take our force, we multiply it by this. And then these apply forward impulses. So essentially there's going to be a point where I'm no longer applying impulses forward. But friction should still be pulling me back, right? Let me do a quick test. Well, the friction only applies to the body. It doesn't apply to the wheels. The wheels don't create friction. The wheels push you back up. This just tells me when you stop accelerating. This doesn't really tell me what the top speed is. If I know at what point I reach 0, well, I guess I won't, but the value will continuously decrease, but it won't reach 0. It'll get very close and approximate 0 in computers, but yeah. Yeah, this doesn't really tell me when because I would need the opposite force, essentially. I need to know where the forces equal out. This isn't a force equalization. This is just we stop pushing ourselves forward. I mean, which literally just sounds like it's going to be yeah, because realistically what I would do is I would be applying friction backwards, and that's my opposing force. This has no opposing force applying to it. It would be nice if this was always being computed and applying as rolling friction. Then I could say, alright, here's my opposing force, here's where they equal out. Or at least the point at which friction would overpower acceleration would be our top speed. But that doesn't happen. Okay, so this function gets me essentially the slip factor is what dictates when I stop accelerating. So along the x-axis here is my engine force, my x. This is my engine force. So how can I get from engine force just to speed? The engine force is an acceleration on kilograms. So essentially when the acceleration gets close to 0 is where I call it my top speed. But I would need the acceleration up to that point, or I would need the instantaneous acceleration before it started dropping. Okay, so let's say my vehicle weighs a kilogram, and the maximum impulse that the wheels can support is a kilogram of 1 Newton, right? So that means when I'm at that point, when I'm at 1 meter per second, and I weigh a kilogram, my wheels start slipping. But not fully yet. When I reach 2 meters per second, my wheels would be at a lower acceleration. Because so the instantaneous impulse at that point, yes, the mass times the speed. So if I'm at 2 meters per second, I'm imparting some amount of mass. Okay, so let's say this. Let's say I take the force of the vehicle that it is imparting on the wheels. This will be when, or I guess this is just literally the mass. This can be my speed in meters per second. Essentially be my mass times s. This is the force I'm applying. And I guess this would then be multiplied. So essentially I need to say at what speed is my acceleration very, very low. So would this also just be times... Would it be this? So if I go... let's say I weigh 10. Does... I would essentially expect to see this purple line to show up, or this red line to show up. So let me say y is going to be times s. Am I doing this right? This is going to 10 at 1. Okay, I don't know. I'm just gonna zoom out until it. What? What? That's not what I expected to see. S of x mass times the speed. Wait, mass. Oh, hang on. This is not right. This should be mass times speed. What is this? 49.05. I'm really confused. What? Why does it draw this line? I was expecting it to go up and then come down. Is it really just supposed to be S? 200? Yeah, it's just 10 times my... Huh? What? S of F. Just call this S. And this will be V. Why is that what happens? Is it supposed to be where X is greater than I am? Or, what? What happened? Okay, how do you do piecewise? The value and then the function. How do I do more than what I thought? Condition expression, comma, condition expression. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. S of x will be im over x, where yeah, this is what I you find S more than one place. Try deleting some definitions of S. No. Condition expression, comma, condition expression. Yeah. Yeah, this is not making sense to me. Why does it do that? Because this is saying like it's a constant value, but it's not a constant value. It drops off, right? Does it not drop until it just forever stays the same value? I'm really not understanding why. Why is it forever the same value? What is going on? M times V just how is it at the same value? Because essentially what this means is that on the x-axis is our speed. So when I reach 20, I hit 245, which is just this number times 10, which is my mass. X times yeah, I get it now. I get it now. I understand it now. So yeah, okay. I get it now. So I should approximately, I mean, I'm just guessing this means I reach about like 90, 99. I get why, because these two x's cancel out at this point, so you just get mass times that, the force that each wheel is imparting. Right, so this doesn't change anything, but yeah. I mean, I guess it's fine if this approximation works. So this means if I set myself to be... Nah, what is the y? What does the y mean? The x is my engine force. So my total speed... God, did I really do this right? This just seems like it's really... There's some, like, serious mistake. I think there is just some serious mistake. Because it's essentially my friction slip times my mass. What is my y? What would I type in for my engine speed then? What does y represent here? This represents... The y represents how much force I'm applying. Represents the force of my vehicle on the wheels. Right? This doesn't make sense. What does my y represent? Am I scrolling past it? What's going on? It's above resolve bilateral. Okay. Suspension force is the force times the mass. Force is the stiffness times the difference in length multiplied by this value, I guess, which or I guess maybe not. I don't actually know what that means. Because, I mean, this comes out to 0, right? The suspension force that it's applied is going to equalize at some point, some value. Right? It equalizes at the point where every wheel is collectively applying a force on the body that's equal to its weight. That's when they're equal. The forward impulse of the wheel is literally just the engine speed, or the engine force. Right, the X represents the engine force, actually. Yeah, X is the engine force. What is Y? Y is newtons. Okay, delete that, delete that. This is just real. So this is the equalization force, right? It'll be mass times gravity, which is an acceleration. Okay, don't forget that. This is an acceleration. Right? So that makes this an acceleration. In newtons, really. Is it newtons? Yeah. Yeah, this is newtons. Let me say this is N per wheel. That seems better. Newton max is this value, which would just be 1. Right, and it would be a point that you stop accelerating. Or rather, it would be... Let me say... Okay, yeah, so let me say X is my speed. Okay? Or just... Alright, this has gotta be... This has gotta go. The fact that this is an S and I have a skid, and that is really messing with me. Let's make all this K. This is actually N. And this will actually be in. Okay. Function of newtons of force. So I take I guess this is my engine final of an engine speed is going to be the engine force. Let me come back down here. Hide that. I guess I can show it. The engine final force is the current engine force multiplied by the slip factor, which would be equivalent to our mass. Times E? Is that it? Like mass over wheel? Yeah, this is really weird. This is a very interesting way of doing this function, because I think I've typed it in correctly now. So this is my engine force, right? This is how much force I'm going to apply. And essentially, once I reach a certain speed, I don't apply anymore engine force. So my engine force final is equivalent to my engine force, which I would say is just 10, I guess. I guess I could even just say that my well, I guess this would be this times my my mass is my acceleration. Wait, is that right? It takes in newtons, which is my speed. My engine force is in kilograms meter squared, or meter per kilogram meters per second squared. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? I mean, it's just not clicking. How can all this math just be coming out to saying forward impulse is the smaller value between what is it, suspension and engine force? Like, that seems crazy to me. But that's essentially what it's coming out to be. So I guess my theory is, if I set my mass, I mean, I guess I can just look at this. If I set my mass to 10, let me just try this. see what value comes out. So mass to 10, my engine force to 10, no friction. I will set roll influence doesn't do anything. Friction slip I will set to 1. Stiffness I will set to 10. And then my max force shouldn't change anything. Yeah. What do I end up with here? My wheels are like bottoming out apparently. What? Newtons per millimeter. What? How did I end up with the wheels just being like completely inside of the car? What? Yeah, I don't know why I'm like inside of it. Okay, so I think we've gone beyond the value, I think. I'll just see what speed it gets to before it just kind of stops. It looks like precisely 40 is what it approaches. Okay, it's actually still kind of going. Okay, it's going to pass 40, I guess. Or it'll hit 40 and then stop. Okay, but 40 seems like the exact point, I guess. Yeah, 40. Okay. So I have 4 wheels. They have, or really it's just a function of the 4 wheels and the mass, and 10 kilograms, 10 there, 40 is what I reached. So do I have to multiply them by wheels? Right? So let me do a prediction here. Let me say I increase my friction slip to 2 and my mass to 40 and Damn it, I'm not actually including engine speed. Engine speed is my X value. What does it mean? So, I don't understand. What does it mean? Because my thought here is that I would plug in my engine speed. Okay, well, you know what? Here's what I'll say. My estimate based on engine speed will be this value over the force per wheel. Yes, times the wheels, right? And then the force per wheel would be the mass times the number of wheels. I guess actually Nm it would be. Or the other way around. Nah, this doesn't seem right. I would expect this to be the other way around, going up. Would it just be... Did I just type in the same thing again? Really? This is stupid. Why can't I figure this out? Like I said, I don't know the force that's pushing me back. If I had a constant force that was pushing me back, which would be realistic, then I could figure it out. There's really no force pushing me back. I'm just accelerating continuously. Until I don't anymore. Have I misunderstood something, actually? Wheel info engine force. My top speed would be a sum of the forces over time until the force being applied is 0. This is what I don't get. Why? How can this just be a more complicated way of saying I must have done something wrong. I really feel like I have. I can't imagine this is just a complex way of apply impulse forward WS. That's the vector, right? Just a complicated way of saying forward impulse is the smaller value between our engine and this force. Because what happens is when I press forward, I apply my engine force instantly. I'm applying 40 newtons immediately. And I continue to apply 40 newtons until something's got to be slowing me down, because this doesn't make sense. Essentially, I'm applying 40 newtons, and then I start applying like 30 newtons, and then I apply 20 newtons, and then I apply 10, then I'm applying 0 at some point. What am I missing here? Because either this is just like really complicated to do nothing, or I'm missing some value here. Suspension force, which will be equivalent to the mass divided by the number of wheels. Not the mass, but the mass times gravity divided by the number of wheels, right? This is the maximum impulse before slipping. But this is constant. This is a constant force, right? This doesn't change over time as we accelerate. None of this changes over time. Which is weird because clearly at some point I'm not applying any more forward impulse. So do I somehow miss something? Update friction. What does this do? Update friction. This is just spinning the wheels. So when it says update friction, this is also applying forward speed. If the wheel's in contact, if the engine force is positive, we're doing the negative. So this to me sounds like, they call it rolling friction. This to me, because it's doing the negative engine force, which I guess it's not a vector, right? Which direction do I apply it in? I apply this the forward world space, WS. Essentially a forward vector times this value. So whichever way the wheel is pointing, I do this. I don't see anything about applying impulses. I mean, I'll look. But I don't see anything about applying a forward impulse. Other than this. This is the only place that a forward impulse could happen. Yeah. There's only 3 places that vehicle body updates. It's on suspension and in friction. Hi, Mr. Mike. How's it going? I'm struggling with a dumb problem that I should probably give up on. This is the only place that forward velocity could happen. Is from here. What about me? As I said, I'm struggling with a dumb problem I should probably give up on. I want to be able to essentially type in a top speed and compute some value that I need for Godot's vehicle physics that they've written. And it's really weird because all I get out of this is just saying I'm applying a constant forward speed and nothing is slowing me down. So I'm trying to figure out where the slowdown happens. Alright, let me look at this forward impulse thing. I might be misunderstanding how this operates. Good. It is a vector. Yeah. It's Godot source code. So what is this dot right thing? What is that? That's really weird. What is this? Dot right. I don't know, is it this one? Vector right proxy. Okay, that seems like it's it. What is a vector right proxy? I'm guessing this is literally just an array of numbers. I was thinking perhaps this value, the right value, is different from the read value. So that over time, the forward impulse is actually accounting for the current speed of the vehicle. It really is just, okay, let me check friction slip. No, it looks like it's just a constant. Yep. It really bothers me because it really looks like I was not accelerating forever. I was slowing down. My acceleration was slowing down, which it shouldn't be slowing down. I should essentially constantly accelerate at whatever speed I put in, and never slow down. So why not? Alright, I gotta give up on that. I will either think of something in the future and be like, oh, then maybe that's the line that did this. But no, I don't see it. There's just straight up nothing stopping me from accelerating at a constant speed forever. And somehow I don't accelerate at a constant speed forever. I actually slow down. What is this? Classic. What is the game about? Finding weapons, shooting zombies, and there will be a vehicle you can drive. I was just looking to set up some system where I could say, here's my top speed that I want the vehicle to reach. Not possible, it seems. I don't understand how this... Because we just set it. We just set it to the value. And eventually I stop accelerating. Yeah, I don't know. It's that really bothers me. That really bothers me that I don't know what stops me from accelerating forever. I'm thinking it's possible because technically every tick you go slightly into the ground, so your suspension is applying slightly more force. But that would just mean you accelerate faster. Yeah, I don't know. I really want to do this, but I can't. Yeah, I don't... I guess I can still have the engine force drop off, but I don't know. It's going to tell me friction and air resistance. Neither of those two things are applying. I was looking at all the code. I was looking at the whole thing of it, and yeah, I don't know. Alright, I'll take one more look. What do the wheels do? I mean, they don't apply impulses, actually. It would be under apply impulse. It would be a function call like this. That's acceleration or friction. It is one or the other. This is a riding force. This does not slow you down. So weird. Okay, I gotta move on. It's gonna bother me. I might get suddenly excited as I realize what's happening, but I don't know. $2,000. What I set the mass to? I don't really set the mass to anything. Something to do with the wheels. Like I said, the wheels are either applying friction when you're not accelerating, or they're applying the engine force. It shows that as the suspension, when they start sliding, they multiply the engine force by essentially some factor that they're over. But that suspension force is going to be constant at some point. When all the wheels suspension perfectly equal the mass of the car, that slipping value is set. I gotta close the window behind me. It's getting dark. Yeah, I gotta stop thinking about it. I don't understand. It would be nice if the wheels had friction simulated constantly, but they don't. Actually, I'll just take this and multiply it by that. The acceleration. They have like... Oh, really? They do that? I can't do that, I think. Cool. So when I set acceleration, which I will just set to be like... Should I say like meters or like centimeters per second squared? So I start with a value of like 100 or something. I think that would make more sense. And then, well, I guess not. Yeah, I just leave it there. I don't do anything yet. All right, so I just start applying stuff. So when I say do accelerate, I think I quite literally just say, oh, yeah, how do I stop accelerating? I think I just set a flag, is what I do. Yeah, I think this is all I really do. And then steer, so let's say, and essentially what happens at during each tick is I read these values and then I set them back to false. That's what I would do. What was this one? Just steer target. Engine force will be equal to acceleration times acceleration times this times mass. And then if flag brake, would do like brake force, brake, what is this in? Same thing, newtons. Vehicles only slow down if the wheels are in contact with the surface. So I guess do the same thing here. Brake. So it's called braking. And typically I think this is quite a lot higher than acceleration, so I'll go triple. Is it like that with 1C? It is 1C. Good. Okay. And let's say if flag reverse, I guess I would have like, I don't know how I want to do this. I'll just have like a reverse acceleration. And then I would think I would apply some top speed to this one, actually. Just copy this. I don't know, 80, 70. Yeah, I need a top speed or something for this one. This is the thing that's gonna bother me now, because now I definitely actually need like a top speed for reversing. So I'm just gonna say forget it and not do that. Right, I just head to that, and then at the very end, not at the end, but as I go down, and this will actually be a turn, right? So now I have to manage all this. You know, I'll just leave it for now. I won't have any interpolation. Okay, I kind of need some. So yeah. The controller provides what target to approach. So about these values, my steering speed, which comes out to be radians per second. Curve boundary. So this is to prevent you from, I guess, oversteering instantly or something at a high speed. Your maximum wheel turn drops. So I guess essentially what I do is I take the maximum and I would subtract kind of like this value. And then add the speed limit or the high speed limit. Okay. So first of all, I can just kind of do this between steer target and steering maximum, and just immediately do that. Or it would rather be the absolute value, this, times the sine of, come on, steer target. Okay, so we limit the value of that to maximum. And now I compute a value between 0 and 1 along this curve range is what I'll need. From my current speed, which I think I get, don't I? Do I have like linear velocity? Linear velocity. I guess I actually don't want that, do I? It's probably fine. I do have to square root it, yeah. So steer reduction is a value between 0 and 1 based on this. So how do I do this? I guess I just do the max between 1 minus this and speed over curve boundary y, which is the max speed. I have to factor the x value. Would this be speed minus the minimum over that minus the minimum? How does this work? If this value was 50, this would stay at 0 until this reached 50. So yeah, it would be speed minus and now this is all going to go very wide. And then this is the range. So it'd be this minus that value. Okay. So a value between 0 and 1, or I guess between 1 and 0. Should be like that? Yeah, it has to be between 1 and 0. I guess the name is kind of wrong then, so... Oh, this would be the smaller value. That was wrong. Right. Between this and 1. What if I set this to be 0? Let me do this. Honestly, yeah, it could be more just like that. Okay. It's not so bad now. This can be negative because, well, it could be negative actually. So yeah, never mind, this does have to be... Can I do value and then min and max? Yeah. Because this could be, this will be negative until it's not, essentially. So now I have a steer reduction. Which will initially be at 0 and it becomes 1 as we reach this value. So then I think I would take, right, so now I take this curve. Steer reduction, it would actually be a, I guess I can just do steer curve. Maybe an ease of my steer reduction, 1 minus a steer reduction, and then the curve is steering fall off curve. So now this gets me like a blend or something, an interpolation. So then I say steer target will be, let me just do this, right? From steer target to the ease 1 minus. So this would be at 0. This would say 0. So actually, I think I don't do that. I just say that. Steer target to steering high speed limit with steer curve. I think that's all correct. And then I set it to 0. Well, really this is my target, so I'm still not done. I would have to now interpolate from a current value to this value. So then I guess I can just say, what does it move toward? Yeah. from current value to steer targets. I guess I can just do this. And then delta. Delta times steering speed. Okay. It's all good. I gotta open the window a little bit. Should I just get this reflection on my face? And it's just too dark. I can stand way back here. So dumb. This picture frame is just in a really bad spot. It needs to be like double its length to the left, because it just blinds me. I mean, that's as far as I can get. It just sucks because the camera goes into like really low frame rate mode. Okay. Do I shake the camera when I do that? I can't really see it. I can't see in the preview, but I bet it's probably bad. Okay. All good there. I think that's good. I don't know. So now I have to apply all of this. The truck mass, I think, was like... I don't know. Did I have the value up still? Oh, I think I actually just have it here. 2250 is what I'm going to say. That's the mass. I have to click off and back on. Sure. It's probably all good. The good thing with this is I just changed the mass and these values don't really change. Although I do have to consider the wheels. Although I think I've already set them up. Yeah, they're already set up. .3 for a normal car, 0.5 for a race car. I'm just going to kind of trust them on that. So let's say 0.4, 0.5, or 0.45. And I did that only on 2 of the wheels. Okay. So, date aiming. Right. So I remember now the cool thing about just setting the flags, because I can do process and get input set very frequently. So if I press, I'm guaranteed at least one physics tick of input there. I don't need to do physics there, I think. So much crap. This player script is so big. Okay, so I have to have, first of all, the interaction. So when I press E on something, yeah, I kind of have to do something here. So can I do a raycast not on the physics server? Or do I have to do it on physics? I know where I can kind of figure it out. On when I fire the gun, they do something. Weapon resource. They do this. Somewhere here, I end up with like a null. Is it this? Does it say cannot, it breaks here? Okay, so I actually can't. It probably tells me to. This access is limited to physics process. Right. Okay, so I can't do raycasting until I'm on the physics tick. Is there a way I can bypass that? Because I feel like that's kind of, I feel like that would feel laggy. Because if I tap, if I press the interact button, it's possible I have to wait a full 60th of a second. How noticeable is that? How noticeable is that? I don't think I can do any better, so I gotta do it like this. So in process, I essentially do somewhere down here, right about where I read the flashlight. If interact is triggered, then interact should interact equals true. Right. And I believe this by default takes on the same button as the weapon charge. So just to make sure that when I run this, I'm trying to do an interaction immediately. I do that immediately. Wait, physics process? Where do I do update weapon node? Crap. What? Let me move this up here. Because I know by default it's going to have the same button here. So I think essentially what I want to do is that if I've pressed this button, I'm going to disable, if should interact is on, I'm going to effectively disable all the other controls until I do this check. Hey, Searching Interactive, how are you? That's what I'm going to do. Update, where was it? Weapon node. What are you working on? I am adding a vehicle to my game. So I want to do this at the very top. We can do weapon switching. We can do all this. How do I want to do this? I guess my first thought is that if I should interact, I'm going to ignore all of their input. Is that... Does this generally make sense? This means I have to release the interact button. No, this is really bad because this prevents me from charging a weapon now. What's the game? No, you're good. You are collecting weapons and shooting zombies. I can show you that. The vehicle's still really weird. So I've just got like I'm blocking out the level right now. But I have all the guns set. And I just have some dumb zombies spawning over here, so they're not gonna... They have their AI turned off, essentially. So yeah, the idea is you go around, you pick up these guns, you would use them to shoot zombies. Right. The revolver is the one that I like the most. I set this up so that I could go into like this fan the hammer position, and then I can click as fast as I want to shoot. It uses shotgun ammo. So whatever I can put in the shotgun, I can put into here. So I can use slug rounds to get like a rifle shot. Or I can do it on this. Same thing. Probably hit him from here. Yep. And then I got a scope. Scope rifle. Yeah, so right now I'm just putting in the vehicle to drive around. How long have you been working on this? As long as I've been streaming it, essentially. I worked on it not very consistently for like 2 months some time ago, but then I started working on it a lot in streaming it. So I'm a little over, I'm going to say a little over a month, probably like a month and a half, I think, of like real, like serious work. Wow, I can't hit that guy. Pistol's not as accurate. I only hit him 3 times. I've been getting all the systems put in before I'm making it look nice. As you notice, all the weapons are blocks. Cubes stuck together. The vehicle is 2 big boxes. It's going to be commercial. I will try to sell it. It is also open source. So even though I plan to sell it, technically you could just download it and play it from my GitHub. Yeah, this is really not good. How can I do this? I could move. Well, I guess if you just press the button and you're looking at the vehicle, the charge animation won't finish. I would essentially delete the weapon, or disable the weapon node, right? Or would I delete? Wait, yeah, what would I do there? I'm gonna ignore it for now. I'm gonna ignore that. So once I'm here, I think I should do the raycast before I do the move. So whatever you see is what you're interacting with, so you're not gonna miss it. Be on interact? No, probably just do interact. Select weapon. Yeah, about here. Okay. What is it? It world 3D and then direct space state. And then I forget. Physics ray query parameters 3D create, and then I have to set values, and then I can call intersect. Okay. Ray query parameters. From actually, I don't have to do this. I already have my. What am I? All right, this actually got a lot simpler. I just remembered. I just remembered something. Take that out of here. No more should interact. In fact, I will say. Did interact. Interaction was successful. I guess if the interaction was successful, then I just... Yeah, I don't even need that. Don't even need that. So I actually have a raycast attached to my camera the whole time. In fact, I believe I give... Where is it? Where is it? It's somewhere right around here. I believe update weapon node, or I guess select weapon. Or no, where do I do this? Aim target. What? Okay. So I think weapon node pulls aim target. It just accesses it. Wait, what? How does weapon node know about the aim target? I'm really confused now. How does this get over there? Ah, I said it via the scene. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. What is it? Get collider? Or null if no object is intersecting the ray. Do I have this turned on or turned off? I believe it's, yeah. I have to turn it on to enable an update. Is a raycast every frame a big deal? I mean, I feel like it should be. Is it possible that force update will just bypass the fact that I'm not in whatever it is? Hey, Danilin. Updates the collision information for the raycast immediately without waiting for the next physics process call. Use this method, for example, when the raycast has, or its parent has changed state. Without waiting for the next physics process call. So, I'm a little suspicious. I'm going to go look at what that actually does. Raycast 3. Force raycast update. Update raycast state. It says without waiting. Can it really do this? I get a feeling it actually doesn't do anything to bypass this. It'll still just fail. Although maybe it can. I don't know. Get world 3D. Maybe it won't. Maybe it actually does bypass it. Just returns an object. Or null. Now I can probably do like, do interact. Or just like, interact with glider. And then I would say, text success equals that, and then I mean, actually, if I do the interaction, yeah, my thought was I don't even need to do this. So if I just interact with it, then I would call update weapon node. I would get in here. And I guess I would say if there's no weapon node, or I would do like a check, like if I'm in a vehicle, maybe that's what I do. I just do a check here. If I'm in a vehicle, don't update this. Like all this. There's some genetic, yes. There is. That is not a thing that is proven. Do I need to run all this? I guess I do, right? Oh yeah. I think I kind of do none of that, actually. Let me do a new function, actually. This will be like that. And then I will have if current vehicle, I do something like I say update vehicle, I guess, with the delta. I don't actually need the delta, I think, but I'll do it anyway. Cool. Revolver. Okay, so I guess I just move all this into there. Love is love, you know? There are different kinds of love. Update first person, and I'll do update vehicle. This is probably not good that I'm putting it here, but... because I don't like that physics process is getting pushed down beneath other methods. And I really don't think I'm going to use the delta there. I think I'm actually just not using that. Okay, so I need current vehicle. Current vehicle. Current vehicle, what is it? Vehicle base. Started at null. What is all of that, man? Those are some crazy words you just typed. Can I do this without being blinded? Yes. Yeah, just setting a current vehicle. Right? So update vehicle. I guess the first thing I can check is... actually, let me do the interact. So I'll just pass. Do interact, I think I want to set underneath. Select weapon. Or what was it? Interact with? If object is vehicle base. I would technically check if there's an owner of the vehicle, but I'm not going to do that right now. If interact with... wait. That's not right. Well, when I change... yeah, when I change my context, it will prevent this from running again on the next tick, right? My immediate thought was, well, if I press interact, it's going to trigger twice, and I'm going to like double interact with the vehicle or something. But no, that won't happen. Okay. If the object is the vehicle base, I would do... when you're eating a corn dog, you don't need to return the stick. Yeah, you don't. You buy the corn dog on the stick. And the stick comes free. The stick comes for the cost of the corn dog, I should say. Right. Can I actually say object? Oh, I do get all this stuff. Never mind. I don't have to do that. Cool. Current vehicle will just be object. I just take control of it, and I will change the mapping context. Wait, I've got something kind of wrong here. Currently, the world handles input context. Should it still handle this? Should I say like some function that's like change me to vehicle or something? No, it does have to manage this. Because when I... Never mind. It does not do that. I feel like this should manage that. So how can I tell world to change my mapping context? Can it just be enabled by default and then player swaps back and forth between the two? Maybe that's also fine. I don't know. Do I need to take this out? Maybe I should just take this out of here. Maybe I say some kind of global node, I guess, that will exist that just has the mapping context applied, or the names of them. Or these are resources, right? How does the player talk to the world? Can I... It's in zombie target group. Wait, world? Is world in the world group? World is in the world group. Now, why did I do that? I don't remember why. But I'm not going to think about it. I think I'm just going to say... something. I guess I would do like... maybe something like this. So I would do guide dot enable mapping context vehicle context. Should the vehicle own? Oh, this is so bad. These are just so many silly problems that I think is bad. Alright, I don't have more than one vehicle, right? I just have one vehicle. But what if I want to add another vehicle? There's a big lake. What if I had a boat? I don't know. That could be cool. I'll say that every vehicle has the same controls. If I need to introduce a vehicle that has a different control, then whatever. Disable others. I'm gonna stream, have fun. Alright, you too. Just like this. So then all a player has to do is say, oh, but this update has already happened, hasn't it? I think global's processed first. So it doesn't actually stop the input from going in. Well, I guess no, that's fine, because it's this tick that I'm swapping. I set current vehicle and I don't run the weapon update stuff. What is it? Get tree, all group, world, on, enter, vehicle. Yeah. That's simple. Okay. So on enter vehicle. And then I check down here if current vehicle, update vehicle, otherwise we update first person. Update vehicle. I'm just going to start with a standard context where it's forward and backward and left and right to steer. So, what is it? If, something. Something. Steer. Accelerate is triggered. And I would do current vehicle, do accelerate. If, what is it, reverse, brake reverse is triggered, I will check yeah, I guess I would just do like if current vehicle, let me save this value because I'm computing it every frame. Not every frame. I guess I'll just do linear velocity. Length squared is less than, it's in meters per second. So this would be, well, I guess I would write this. This is less than 10 centimeters per second. I would do reverse. Do brake. And then if steer is triggered, does it do steer? Current vehicle, steering maximum multiplied by steer axis 1D. Yep. This might actually not have to be reversed because a positive rotation will bring me right and a negative rotation brings me left. Because I think the alternate to that is... This is rotations, not movement, but I'll see when I run it, I guess. So update vehicle, do all this. I guess I will check if exit, vehicle exit. I need a vehicle exit button. Why did it not update? Exit vehicle? Hello? Expected condition after if? Sure. Then I would do not that. I would do call group, world, on exit vehicle, and then I would return. Cool. Now it lets me pick it. Exit. And what I expect to see is actually, I think I should have control of it now, right? Of course. World needs a vehicle context now. Vehicle realistic, I think is what I'm on. What I just coded up. The other stuff shouldn't work. Okay, so if I walk up here and I press my interact button, will I get in the vehicle? Or will I just control the vehicle? The vehicle will drive away from me, which is really funny. Okay. 98 errors, we say. Yeah, I thought so. Alright. I just don't want to do a raycast every frame, but I guess it's not that big of a deal if I do it. It means I can check instantly if... It's dumb. Turn on enabled. Let me check if... Hello? Let me check that enabled isn't set to false anywhere. Not here, not in weapon node. Oh. I do turn it off there. Can I avoid? I don't think so. Because I have this like secret stuff where I don't update my target constantly, but fine, I'm going to take it out. It's not that big of a deal. I'll leave it and I'll do something where I have like, I'll do an export. I'll do an export. Next to aim target, I would do what is it? Um, it'll start as false. It'll start as true. I would disable it, and then I would only call forced updates on it. So then I can check, I guess just aim targets, wherever I do that. Because I have to tell it to update. Yeah. Update aim targets. I would just do if, I guess I won't actually do that. Let me go to where I call this, and instead say if aim target and that, and wait. Okay, I have to do it in here. Oh, this sucks, actually. Because I think I had issues when I dropped the tick rate too low. And the weapon was really... no, I only had issues when the tick rate was... too slow. Not low. Low would be fast. When the tick rate is too slow, I had issues with it jittering back and forth. Badly. If I constantly have a target... I'll try to leave this as the same, actually. I'll just leave this as the same. And do if aim target reduced rate, then I call force update. Otherwise, I still leave this the same. So this is only just not calling the force update. Okay. Target reduced rate is off. So it won't turn it off. Okay. Why is select weapon open? Oh, collision mask. It needs to be able to interact with object rigid too. And small rigid, I guess. Probably character rigid too, I guess. Like if I had an NPC or something. What do I do with aim target here? I think I'm just remembering. No, yeah, this was right. Just adds an exception to itself. Okay. I don't have to do this. Although I do still think I should probably put this at the top before I apply any rotation. Update aiming. What does that do? Ah, this is zooming in and out. Right. Oh, wait, there's still stuff with weapon node. Update aiming. Why do I do this outside of that? Why? I guess I can just move it in here. right? Is that fine? Update aiming does this stuff. But then I said, wait until after. Otherwise, weapon would fire at old rotations. I guess that would technically mean that if you're spinning fast enough, whenever you click, your weapon is going to fire where you're about to start looking, not where the frame of the game currently shows you looking. Huh. Let me leave that for now. Leave that note. And leave it like this, where update aiming is called later. I mean, this is all like really bad. This is all really bad. I should really just make a function called update. Update camera, shouldn't I? I'm doing it here. All of this goes inside here. And I will do update aiming. Not update aiming there. Current vehicle, and then I would do update camera. Then update camera will be last. I will take this note. I will change this note. Must be before camera update. Otherwise, the weapon would fire at here, just so weapon fires where it appears to point right now. Yeah. So then I think I have to do some cleanup here. Yeah, let me do... weapon node can aim. This would essentially come in as a true or false, right? Do I check aim anywhere down here? I don't. Do I check weapon node? It's fine if I do. So I think essentially what I want to do is say update aiming and do a should aim bool and just replace this with should aim. Okay, so to update aiming with whoa. Aim is triggered. Like so. When I enter a vehicle, I will do I'll just call this like input. Just keeping here. I will update aiming with false. Delta 0, I guess. I don't think it uses delta if aiming is false. Yeah, it only uses delta if we are aiming. It only uses delta, in fact, for revolver stuff. So 0 is fine to pass in there. I even make it obvious that it's fine to pass in there. Where am I? Update aiming. I will do what is it, like weapon node? I mean, I'm not gonna call it anymore after I've set current vehicle. I think that manages all of that stuff. Yeah. Aiming handles all that. Is that the only thing I have to set? No, what else do I have to do? I guess what I can do is like snap my camera to the vehicle camera. Let me just go and add a camera so I'm not totally lost. How do I change the camera? Do I just say like camera target? Maybe I should just say camera target on the vehicle. Yeah, let me just add not a node, but a marker. Because what I would like to do is when you enter the vehicle, you know, the camera like moves up behind the vehicle or something. Or you could go first person so the camera would move inside the vehicle. But I do have to spin it around. Just more back there, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I have to do anything there for camera. That would happen in update camera. What else do I have to do? I don't think I have to do anything there. Wow, okay. I guess I'm good. Just have to do update aiming false, I guess. Let's do update fanning. Revolver can fan. Yeah, what do I call this in the third place? I do. No, I don't. Okay, we're good there. I thought I had to do something there, but I don't do any cleanup when I change the weapon, so it's fine. Is that really it? Camera smooth target node. Is this an export? Unfortunately, it is. Unfortunately, it is. Damn. Oh, this doesn't move the camera. This just does some calculations for, like, speeds, is all this does. Okay, we're good. Update camera would call this stuff, and then it would set look transform origin to this. So I just do a check here if current vehicle, look transform. Actually, yeah, kind of all this she goes away here. Wait, why do I track this over time? I don't know why. Apparently I do. To current vehicle, camera target, global transform. Cool. That's all I should have to do there, I think. But apparently I rotate myself. But I do set the global transform of the camera every frame like this, so none of that actually does anything. Rotation, I guess, is only set there. Neck rotation. Look roll. Yeah, only set that stuff there. I don't like this. Let me say update first. Update vehicle, update first person. Update first person will call update camera at the end. We'll call this function. All this drops back out. there's so much stuff moving around. I don't like when commits end up having huge sections of code being deleted, so I'm trying to keep it all ordered. That's literally all I do there. What is this top speed doing in here? This looks really dumb. What is this top speed doing here? That does not belong there. This does not belong there. This belongs in update first person. Okay, honestly, all these I think I have to reset though. I think I actually do have to reset these, so I reset to a value which is, I guess, top speed. FOV reset to FOV. Some other stuff that I'm updating here, which is something. Look, roll, and look speed. Look, roll resets to 0, I think. Set target is look 0. Yeah. Reset to look speed. Yeah. Yeah. That will be smoothed out eventually. So I know that this will definitely be passing that function. I just don't use it yet. Am I all good? And then what I would do is I would attach myself. When I enter the vehicle, I disable I would disable hide self. So I would do collision, collider in disabled? Yeah, disabled, true, right? Is that all I do? I say collider. Disabled the collision shape. Collider. Is it all I have to do? What is this? I want to disable myself completely. Is what I want to do. So I need to look for physics body. I would do collision object. How do I turn myself off? Would I just take myself off of every collision layer and take myself off of the masks? No, I can't do that. And I can't just disable myself. I do have to disable the colliders. I actually just have to disable my collider. Okay, collider, and then I will do layer. I would take the mesh. I can't set myself to be like not visible, because then that turns all of this stuff off. That sucks. What do I do? I can't just disable myself, right? I can't just say disable, because I have to stay enabled, but I just want to I just want to turn off physics. How do I just disable the physics updates for myself? I don't know, I guess I can just say hide certain things about it. So I can say collider visible is false, and that will hide the mesh underneath. I can say weapon node disable, or process mode disabled, flashlight visible is false. I don't know, I'd rather put all these in like one spot. So let me do like, just call a function called hide self. Hide self. Actually show self, and then do this. So say if show, we'll do all this stuff. then return, otherwise I do all this. So now it's all right next to each other so I can clearly see. I'll disable false, actually. Back to inherit. Okay, just so it's all in one spot. Then I guess I have to do crosshair. I guess I don't have my crosshair. Is it HUD? No. Whatever. I'll leave it. Show self false. Okay, that's all fine. If I exit the vehicle, current vehicle is null, and I would do show self true. One thing to think of, a vehicle needs an exit point. So an exit marker. Okay, about there, I guess. Maybe up a little bit. And in reality, I would start from this point and like do a ray cast down from high above it. Okay. And I guess I would call a function that's like get exit point or something. Yeah, and until I get it, for now I'm just going to spawn myself like a meter above that point. You guess just vector. Yeah, up one. So before I do this, I would do yeah, before I do this, I do global position will be equal to get exit position, show self, set vehicle to null, and then an exit. Okay. What I would do in the future is, like I said, take a ray cast and draw it down. The world script does this. It gets a spawn point. Turn spawn global position. Wait, how does it do this? Select the spawn point. I don't do a draw to the ground? Really? How were they working before? There's definitely a moment that I had these spawning way above the ground, or like far into the ground, and they were just popping up. How does that work? Weird. Alright. Never mind. I thought I set that up like that before. Okay. I did not. That also will have to be done. Show self, current vehicle. I don't know, is this all done? Can I just run this? I have to attach myself to the vehicle, that's right. When I do update vehicle, I have to attach myself to the vehicle. Okay. Does this just work? What's the bug? There's a bug. So I instantaneously exited the vehicle. So I have to do like I have to like disable that input for a minute, which I knew was going to happen. I just forgot to write it before I ran it. So let's say so when I enter a vehicle, I will do vehicle exit delay is like, I guess a full second is probably fine. And then an update vehicle. I guess I just say if vehicle exit delay is greater than 0. Minus equals delta, and then if vehicle exit delay is if vehicle exit delay is not greater than 0, and I still didn't actually fix the real bug that I had. Oh, right. The world just like doesn't accept my changes. Camera frame rate is so low. Alright, I'm not sure why the wheels are like out of the back, but whatever. I'm in. Whoop. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm really confused. That's weird. So I can't leave the vehicle. I can't pause. What? Why can't I pause? I'm totally stuck. Okay, weird. How did I do that? How did that happen? Is pause on first person? It shouldn't be. Oh, I guess it is, isn't it? Okay, I need, I'm actually gonna leave it there. No, yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. I know what I need to do. I got on the vehicle. It kind of worked almost a little bit. Not really. It was really weird and glitchy. So yeah, it's dark. As you can see, I am ready for dinner. So I'm gonna go. Thanks for watching. Thanks for following, chatting. Really cool stuff. I'll be back tomorrow to continue this vehicle thing. Pretty much just tuning the vehicle at that point because I've got all the controls put in. And then level blocking after that. So yeah, thanks for watching. Be here tomorrow. Goodbye.